Yo. How's everyone doing? What does it mean to the market that the admin's fudging economic numbers? I mean, all administrations fudge economic numbers. This is just a very it's a very obvious fudging of the economic numbers, right? Like there's absolutely no reason that travel services um or accommodations should be factored in to producer input costs that strongly. Like they should not be weighted that heavily by any means. Especially during the summer where corporate travel is like at its lowest for the year. So it feels very much like they were like, let's weight the whatever category drops the most heavily. So it's not that it's not a big shocker that the administration's messing with the BLS data. That's very common. Also, I think Elon fired a bunch of people there as well, but it's more that it's just really badly done. Like everything this administration does can be summed up in watching the 1 minute of missing footage from the Epstein tape. Right? If you can't even fake a video of a fucking door, fine, 3 minutes. Ham-fisted, clunky, obvious, yeah. Which I think the market sees at least, right? Like the market is obviously not looking at the BLS data and going, "Oh man, producer inflation is solved." So I told you 62-year-old Barbara lied on her CV about knowing how to use Adobe to make sure she could keep her retirement. Yeah, it would appear that Barbara did in fact lie. I mean, AI could have generated a better 10-minute video of a door. It's a fucking door. What's up, Evans? How you doing, man? Couple questions, if I may. When is SLD? Is this SLD? Why aren't my 6,000 Ps green? SLD starts today. Today is Wednesday of the SLD period, which carries on until pre-market Monday. Well, I guess technically opening bell on Monday. We're above GN, which is, historically not a great place to start SLD if you're looking for a correction. But I think there's a very good chance that we could fall back to Vega neutral during this period. We already lost about like 1% yesterday, so I mean maybe we have another like zero point 0.5 left, maybe another 1%. There's a gap down at like 61.73 that would be kind of interesting to fill. When do we fail 40? Apparently not yet. Although that was the second test of it with possibly a slightly weaker bounce. It's a lower low. Have you seen the videos of people editing the footage, sending people into the cell? One was Batman. Shit was hilarious. I have not, but that's amazing. I mean, all they had to do was edit Biden coming up the stairs, pulling down like a ski mask, and then going in the cell. I saw a really good breakdown of that footage by this dude on X. It's not even Epstein's cell, for one thing. It's a view of the stairs that lead to the cell. It's also been edited twice in Adobe Premiere Pro. And there's several minutes of missing footage. As much as Britain has its own issues, I don't believe for 1 second that British inflation is at a 12-month high and PPI is 0. Yeah, no, it's absurd. Also, British inflation being up is probably not great for the bulls today either. Like it's a little bit wild that Dixie's up. Everyone was bummed to see Nove stair stepping back down. It's supposed to. It's got it's got a buy target that's like down at $10. It's got a trend that it's probably going to fail at some point. Out on the daily. It's probably like a multi-year play. If you wanted to just trade it, you might have missed that shot, but is it possible we actually don't fail 40? Because that would be sad. Yeah, that's possible. Although I will say bot puts at 40 seem to be increasing. There's quite a lot of sold puts at 45. Um, there's some bot calls out at like 55, but profit taking on the at the money calls. Some more bot puts coming at 50, 30. I don't know. This is a very boring range for price between like 60, 40, and 60. I don't think there's all that much keeping us from going up. It mostly seems to just be a lack of interest from bulls. Yeah, I saw the NFCC rules for SLD, but when does that go into effect? It's like next year or something. Hold on. Alright. Roger deserved better. Roger shouldn't have tried to turn his leaving into a protest and stand for martyrdom while defending a bunch of fucking assholes. Right? I'm not gonna let everybody just martyr themselves all over the fucking Discord. It's my Discord. My attention. Not yours. You can come back. I don't give a shit. Just don't defend dickheads. Nothing. Why doesn't liking the stream give me XP? I have no idea how the XP works. Also, it doesn't update right away. It takes a minute. New here. What are the blue purple lines up top? Delta and gamma flip. It's the flip point for dealer exposure on each of those Greeks. Assumed. Assumed flip point. How can one tell if those puts at 40 are increasing? Do you look at the IV curve? When it rises, it means bears are adding positioning. If it rises and put volume's going up, that probably means that puts are being bought. I don't think that's what's going on right now. It looks like puts are being sold there. And at 50. Some bot calls out at like 55, 60. Some of the 45 calls take profit on this test. Might run into a little bit of resistance at the delta flip. Also, Cheeto. Just because you have a different name on YouTube doesn't mean you need to come in here and defend yourself by pretending you're someone else defending yourself. Stealth ninja with that move. No, Cheetos Abe's. Exactly. I wonder what Watkins doing out there right now. Who cares? New here. What's your stance on mics and people named mics? I mean, if you're named Mike's possessive, you can hang out. Just straight up Mike? Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what Gherkin's doing right now. I don't know. Why would I pour one out for any of them? Well, okay, Poopy. Oh, not Poopy. Popcorn? What about Popcorn? Popcorn had a legitimate reason for not being here, instead of just being a little bitch. Stefan went crazy on Russian conspiracy theories. Walking, well, we all know. And Cheeto's literally here right now. Oh, he tried to get the pickle jar to commit fraud on 2 occasions, actually, Evans. I hate that I enabled that member chat for Bob. I'm never donating memberships again. Smart. No one misses him. Me too. Finally, 4 years. Woo! Fuck yeah, Tom Tom. Tom Tom's the first pigeon whale. So best. Not that I don't love the rest of you. Totally do. What did Trump do? I don't know. What did ooh. Oh. Nothing. Just got rejected, I guess. Profit taking, looks like. Not even a lot of it. Just took profits on the 50s, 45s. Maybe there's some other news that's not popped up yet. That's correct, Cobra. I do only like you when you're a pigeon whale. I don't need your affirmation and love. Yes, you do. I'll I'll tell your wife how important it is. Trump asked Republican lawmakers if he should fire Powell. That's healthy. She's seen the PNL, so she knows, but just let me believe I'm independent. Of course, I just want you to know that you have a home to come back to if your career ambitions fail. Slot machine. Really? Well, not if you leave Pigeon Whale. If you leave Pigeon Whale, you're dead to me. That's how that works. That was a Trump algo-driven sell-off. Yeah, yeah. The market's just letting Trump know that it doesn't like that. Even if I'm trying, that's messed up, bro. So the last batch of potatoes was a little bit light. news is bad. It's bad news. We bounced on support. Barely. But I would say probably more vol. You don't fuck with the independence of your central bank. At least not publicly. Now, if you want to, like, threaten their lives behind the scenes, like Putin, that's fine, you know? But you don't just go fucking talk about it on CBS. It's crass. Unbecoming of a developed nation. Will we get a downside continuation? Maybe. If we lose the 40 support, we probably will. I will say that the options market hasn't reacted super strongly to the news. Some of the out-of-the-money calls closed out. That was about it. Will Gamma Strike have a mobile-friendly UI by 2028? No, but probably in like 3 to 4 months, I would say. We have new page designs that are getting pushed out with launch, which is, you know, we're planning on August. Like, all of the pages are being redesigned, and they should all be significantly better on mobile. You guys just don't have those page redesigns yet, but I mean, we do have them. That sounds nice. When will we be able to subscribe? You already can. 3 years of making money. Well, maybe 2. Okay, really, like 6 months. I love it in the pickle jar. Thanks, Crackle. I can unban you. As long as you're not going to do the whole, oh, look at me, I'm a big martyr for freedom of speech thing. Literally everyone who's done that's gotten banned. You had to have known what was going to happen. Hazy tried to do that. Who else did that? Walken. Walken tried to do that. If you're gonna leave, just fucking leave. It's not like you need to advertise it. It's not a fucking democracy. That's the whole point. It's whatever I say it is. If you don't like that, then you can fuck off. My cult, my attention. I'm not sharing that with anybody. I know, Brett. I feel like I miss a lot of drama by sleeping when it's nighttime in Europe and not going into the SPX chat. Possibly. I don't even know who the fuck Sanjeet was. It was just someone else in the pickle jar. The current dynamic creates the most amazing copy pastas. It does. I don't know if we're quite back to regularly scheduled. Well, remember the upside positioning collapsed, so that's going to have to rebuild again if they want to push this higher. All we really did here was fill the upside gaps. 62.37. There's a few bot calls coming in at 50, 55. Let me look at ES. ES is retesting like the long-term trend here. This is like we bounced up and tested the last week's close. Failed. Retesting the trend. We didn't even get a 62, like 52 test in the pre-market. Ooh, but this is lower, which is kind of interesting. What else do we have left this week? Retail sales? Something else? Michigan consumer on Friday, right? Some home sale shit. All the sold puts are at 45. Actually. The puts at 40 are mostly bought still. Barely. 40's just kind of flat. I will say that the demand for out of the money calls is still pretty low. I did discuss the PPI numbers this morning. They're literally only zero because accommodation prices, like accommodation services prices, are down because nobody stays in fucking hotels in the U.S. anymore because people don't want to come here. Which is going to be great for the Airbnb business. One more down. I missed it while I was helping someone. That's what I get for being a good person. If you were a good person, you wouldn't be buying puts on the benchmark of U.S. equity performance. My TradingView subscription expires tomorrow. What does that mean? I feel like you're hinting at something, but I don't know what. Who's been find grocery store pickles like the ones inside a double animal style burger? Um, I don't know what kind of pickle In and Out uses. Oh, they use pickles from a company called Kruger, and they use sweet pickle chips. There you go. Kruger Pickles of Stockton, California. You have to buy them in pails or gallon jars, and I think they only sell like a commercial level. They also sell sweet pickle relish that you can buy in a 1 gallon container. Oh, they have them at Costco Business Center. Yeah, but demand is down, so aggregate pricing's taking a hit. Hmm. Let's start running into a little resistance here. Could push up to 60 though. That can't be right. We have the hottest country in the world right now. That's just from global warming. No more live feuds. Hmm. I see. Holy fuck, did you read the CBS article? No. President Trump on Tuesday asked a group of House Republicans if he should fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, and people in the room voiced approval, according to multiple sources with direct knowledge. Several said Trump indicated he will do it. Mr. Trump made the comments to the Republican House members on the Oval Office on Tuesday night after they blocked a procedural vote that would have advanced cryptocurrency legislation in the House favored by Mr. Trump. The idea of a president removing a Fed chair is legally untested. Federal law says the chair can only be fired for cause, and the action would have serious negative effects on financial markets. Sources inside the administration told CBS News the president had been socializing the possibility of a for-cause firing in public and private remarks, but the White House has not yet formally built a legal predicate. The Trump administration has tried to increase the pressure on Powell, with some administration officials publicly accusing the Fed of mismanaging a multi-billion-dollar project to renovate its Washington headquarters, an allegation Powell has pushed back on. For decades, Federal Reserve leaders have operated with a high degree of independence from the rest of the government, allowing them to make decisions about the nation's monetary policy with little input from politicians. Oop, sell off again. Hold on. Several lawmakers in the Oval meeting declined to comment, saying the discussion was private. White House spokespeople did not immediately comment. Some members of the House Financial Services Committee were planning to meet with Powell on Wednesday night. Some members want to reinforce the independence of his role, one of the sources said. Mr. Trump's dissatisfaction with Powell and his view. It happened again? Hmm. Where was I? The Federal Reserve is not acting quickly enough to cut interest rates has been a frequent topic of discussion for the president in recent weeks. Mr. Trump has nicknamed Powell, who was first elevated to the role of Fed chair by Mr. Trump, Mr. Too Late. I think he's terrible, Mr. Trump told reporters Tuesday. You talk to the guy, it's like talking to a nothing. It's like talking to a chair with no personality. I think he's a total stiff, but one thing I did see him was a guy that needed a place to live in, he said, referring to the building renovation. Last month, Mr. Trump insisted he wouldn't force Powell out, though he has called on Powell to resign before his term as chair ends, May 2026. The fake news is saying, oh, if you fired him, it'd be so bad. It would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not going to fire him, the president said June 12th. Mr. Trump has lashed out against the Fed for leaving interest rates steady so far this year after cutting rates further last year. Further rate cuts could boost economic growth and make it easier for Americans to borrow money, but at the risk of causing inflation to spike. Interest rates remain near two-decade highs after the Fed hiked rates in 2022 and 2023. Inflation has dropped significantly since then, but remains above the Fed's 2% per year target. Powell has indicated he plans to move cautiously. Powell has also said the Fed is concerned Mr. Trump's tariffs could cause inflation to worsen. Thanks to the downs, Dad. See, good things happen to good people. Fucking pores.
Fucking pause.
Firing would immediately spark a legal challenge. The U.S. Supreme Court recently indicated they don't think Mr. Trump has the authority to do so. Justices in May ruled Mr. Trump can fire members of independent federal agencies, including the National Labor Relations Board, but said its decision did not necessarily apply to the Federal Reserve because it's uniquely structured quasi-private entity. I mean, I have longer dated puts, so if Trump wants to fire Powell, I'm okay with it. Or, well, try to fire Powell. Well, we got a bunch of bot puts at 35 and 30. Puts to the downside of that are sold, but not very supportive until you get down to like 60, like 62.15, 62.05. And there's still a shitload of bot puts down at 6,200, 61.95 that have been there since pretty early this morning. Well, I mean, look at bond yields, right? 10 years almost at 4.5. It's getting up there. 20 and 30 are just climbing now. Is he actually doing it? White House official, Trump is likely to fire Powell soon. Ouch. Oh, here we go. Hmm. Nice move. Yeah, no house, so you can stay at Pigeonwell forever. It's perfect. Hmm. He said he's gonna fire Powell. It's probably a good indication that he's gonna try to fire Powell. I don't know. Who am I to say? SLD starts today. Tapped gamma neutral. One sec. All right. Then they came for Jerome Powell, but I didn't speak up because I had bets. Nice. Hmm. This fails again, right? More bot puts are coming in. There's some bot calls at 35 right now. This might take profit on the bounce, though. Still bot puts 35.30. There's a little bit of support down at like 220, 215, right in between there. Mhm. You did say 6173. Not. I don't know if that happens today. I do think there's a chance that we could sell off to like the 6203 support. Maybe close the day around 6200. There's quite a lot of support there. It'd be very odd for us to close a lot lower than that. More bot puts coming in. Some even coming in down at like 6175.70, but I think those are like sold puts. Trump has drafted a letter to file the Fed chair. Okay. I mean, the thing about that is like he technically has no power to do so, so it's kind of meaningless. Lose GN, VN on the weekly. We already lost VN on the weekly. If we lose GN, we're probably definitely going to lose VN on the monthly. Next, like, support on the chain is down at like 6134, but there's support at 62. Second test of gamma neutral. Hmm. Nope, there goes vegan neutral. We. This is nice. GS on your stream is faster than my trading view now. Yeah, yeah, it is. Hmm. Oh, Trump drafted a letter to fire Powell. Nice, dude. We're gonna lose 6,200. Tough. It's tough. Tough level to lose. Probably, I don't know, probably not. We can slip it a little bit, but not for long. Gamma neutral on the monthly is down at 60.93. Upside resistance at 220. Downside support at 6,200. Yeah, I would say Gamma's not particularly supportive here at all. The bot puts to the upside all the way out to like 35. There's a few bot calls at 10 on the bounce. Looks weak. There's still bot puts at 6,200, 6,195. Quite a lot of them. And then the next major sold put support to the downside, 6,180. Yields are going ham. Yeah. I think that should be expected here. Damn. Volatility is picking up quite a bit. Hmm. Um, Canada is to charge an extra 25% tariff on steel imports from all countries, excluding the U.S., containing steel melted and poured in China. Hmm. I would not describe what GME is doing right now as MOASing. Someone isn't skipping arm day with all the Atlas work here, trying to keep the ball rolling on down. Why did Dad convince Trump to fire JPAL? I just closed my 6,200 sold put for 850. Nice. Above GN, so bullish again? No. Well. Just a bounce. Oversold. I said there was support at 6,200. We tested it. Jesus fucking Christ. 25% wick stopped me out. Yeah, that'll happen. Are they loading up on more puts here? There are bot puts at 30, 35, 20, and 15. Not so many at 25. Doesn't look like there's a lot of call buying, though. There's some, a little bit of put selling at 30. Some profit taking on the 20 calls. Bot puts at 20. Bot calls coming in at 30. Contested, I would say. For now. Fail back below 20 is probably bearish. Inverse and head and shoulders off of gamma neutral, though, so be careful of that. They didn't short vol that hard on the bounce. $62.20 is a bit of a synthetic short, though, so it's slightly supportive here. But if we fall below it, it's bearish. 62.15, 05, sold puts, 6,200, 61.95 still has a shitload of bot puts. White House feed is live.
Prince of Bahrain. That's a fancy two titles, I want to tell you. I don't know if I'd rather be the Prime Minister or the Crown Prince. I think I'd take the Crown Prince. And very importantly, your son, your beautiful son, who has a great reputation, you know that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Great reputation as a smart, hardworking guy, so it's good to say hello to you. Congratulations. We've had a tremendous relationship, I have personally, with Bahrain over the years, and has been a fantastic ally. And anything they needed, we helped them, and anything we needed, they helped us. And we're going to be talking about a lot of different things, including the most perfect military maneuver that anybody's seen probably in 50 years, which took place a few weeks ago, and Iran knocked out their entire potential nuclear capacity. And it was obliterated. You know, I used that term. They said, well, maybe that's too much. I said, no, it turned out it was more than obliterated. They can't go back. And we're just really going to talk about some things, including trade. We're going to be discussing trade. We do a lot of trading with Bahrain. And we're going to have lunch after this, but we'll take some questions. At first, I'd like to ask the Crown Prince to say a couple of words. And he also has a father who's living and well and doing fantastically, as I understand it.
He is.
And somebody who's respected all over the Middle East and all over the world. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, one and all. It is indeed a great honor to be here on this fine morning to put into action the relationship that exists between our two countries. We will be discussing security issues, we'll be discussing trade and investment, which is very important. We're very happy to be announcing $17 billion worth of deals that are coming to the United States. And this is real. This isn't...
It's real money.
These aren't fake deals. These are real deals.
They don't have to borrow the money.
We don't have to borrow it. It's coming in. And it only builds upon a legacy that we're very proud of. We have had a relationship in the civil side between our two countries since 1893 and formally since 1948. So may it long continue, and we look forward to many, many more years of productive partnership. Thank you, Mr. President.
We will have
You
that.
honor us.
We will have that indeed. We'll have many good.
Is he going to ask him how he knows English?
We
Probably.
appreciate the investment. It's a great. We left, as you know, Saudi Arabia. We were just there in Saudi Arabia, and Qatar was so great. Leaders great. We had UAE. And we had a couple of other visits, but all great places. And we left with
Still watch for
$5 billion
the
of investment.
support on the shoulder.
And they all want to be investing in the United States. We have, I think we have over $16 trillion of investment coming in, which is a record. And we're only a little bit into the year. And let's say the first 2 months, I sort of took it easy because we had to fix up the Oval Office. I had to devote my time to fixing it up. But now we had to fix up our country. So we have.
Sounds like you needed somewhere to live.
We have the hottest country now anywhere in the world. We were dead a year ago. We are a dead country. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it's a great honor to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any questions?
Syria, any comments on the developments in Syria at the moment?
Well, I can comment. I think I'll ask Marco to say a few words on Syria.
Yeah, it's complicated, obviously. These are historic, long-time rivalries between different groups in the south-west of Syria, Bedouins, the Druze community, and it led to an unfortunate situation and a misunderstanding, it looks like, between the Israeli side and the Syrian side. So we've been engaged with them all morning long and all night long with both sides, and we think we're on our way towards a real de-escalation and then hopefully get back on track in helping Syria build a country and arriving at a situation there in the Middle East is far more stable. So in the next few hours, we hope to see some real progress to end what you've been seeing over the last couple hours.
Mr. President, Jerome Powell, do you have plans, or if you're back considering firing Jerome Powell, and what's your justification if you're thinking about this to do this?
Too late. He's always been too late, hence his nickname, Too Late. He should have cut interest rates a long time ago. Europe has cut them 10 times in the short period of time, and we cut them none. The only time he cut them was just before the election to try and help Kamala or Biden, whoever the hell it was, because nobody really knew. Obviously, that didn't work, but he tried to cut them for the Democrats, Kamala. And how did that work out? You'll tell me. It didn't work out too well, did it? But I think he does a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money. And we fight through it. It's almost, the country's become so successful that it doesn't have a big impact, but it does hurt people wanting to get a mortgage. People want to buy a house. He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him, but they did. So, no, we're not planning on doing anything. We're very concerned. He's doing a little renovation for $2.5 billion of the Fed, building a renovation, and they have a close to $900 million cost overrun, and it's a shame.
Big
The biggest
call
cost
buying,
overrun is the
40,
cost overrun
50.
for interest rates, because we should be paying 3 points lower, and we would save $1 trillion a year in interest if that were the case. And all it is the stroke of a pen.
Resistance
And that
here.
goes for his board too, because his board is not doing the job, because they should try and rein this guy in. So he's doing a lousy job, but no, I'm not.
He said he's not.
talking
He said he's not
fortunately,
planning on
to
doing
make a
anything.
change in the next, 8 months or so. And we'll pick somebody that's good, and we'll pick somebody. I just want a fair job. We want to see lower interest rates. Our country deserves it. We're making a lot of money. We're doing great as a country. We have no inflation, record stock market, record business, record everything. Everything's a record now. We had the worst inflation in history under Biden, and now we have almost no inflation. We've done a great job, and we should have the interest rates cut.
So you were saying the other day that Scott Bessent, you're so happy with him at Treasury that, you know, he's not your top option to replace Jerome Powell whenever that may be, whenever you decide.
Yeah, already tacoed.
Scott's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with Scott.
Is Kevin Hassett
I'd
on the
rather
top of your
keep-
list?
Kevin's somebody we'd consider. Kevin is fantastic, too. We have a lot of good people for that job. It's not a tough job, to be honest. Assuming you're smart, it's not a tough job. If you're a dummy, then I guess it's a tough job. But it might
At
be
least
one of
he's
the easiest jobs I've
consistent.
ever
Yeah.
seen. And now on top of it, he's building a close to $3 billion.
At least we got the 6,300 test.
For himself. He's
Or
not doing
62,
the right job.
rather.
We should be saving $1 trillion a year in interest, you know, when he talks about cost. We should be saving, think of it, $1 trillion a year. Add that with the tariffs and everything else.
He's gonna
But
keep
he just-
threatening
he's,
Powell all the way up until the
but
Fed
we'll,
meeting,
We'll
right?
see how that,
And then,
we'll see how he's listening to this. That's a strange conversation.
if Powell doesn't do what he
Like to say it
wants,
like
then
this.
then he's gonna start to get.
But we have a lot of people
More
that want that job
belligerent.
very badly. And I'm only interested in low-interest people, frankly, because you don't need, I know, so they had the 71 different economists and people that experts that they picked about a month ago. I was the only one, along with one person from maybe the Wharton School of Finance. The two of us got it right. 69 people, including Powell, got it wrong. And he wants to hire thousands of new people to help him decide where we're going in the future. It only takes one good mind. It doesn't take 5,000 good minds. So they're expanding the Fed. It's the dumbest thing I've heard of. But you know, it's very autonomous.
Just to follow up on that, sir, are you completely ruling out the idea of
Spite hike?
I don't rule that out.
That would actually
but
be
I think it's
amazing.
highly unlikely, unless he has to leave for fraud. I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the
Say,
$2.5, $2.7 billion renovation. This is a renovation. How do you spend $2.7 billion? And he didn't have proper clearance, et cetera, et cetera. So you know that's going on. So, there could be something to that, but I think he's not doing a good job. He's got a very easy job to do. You know what he has to do? Lower interest rates.
Have you drafted a letter to send to PayPal if you decide that you are going to fire him? Have you drafted a letter?
I haven't drafted a letter.
So you didn't show a letter to Republican lawmakers last night?
No, I talked about the concept of fire him. I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should. But I'm more conservative than they are.
Mr. President?
No, we talked about it. In fact, we had 11 of the 12 people here yesterday, for a very big bill having to do with crypto, et cetera, and other things. And all of the votes are going with us, every single vote. But during the conversation, when we were talking about it, I asked, what would you do about that? They all said would fire him.
Mr. President, thank you for taking the question, sir. You were in Pennsylvania yesterday. You unveiled $92 billion worth of investments. One of those jumped out, though, $15 billion in Homer City to build the largest natural gas power plant ever. I was at the rally where you told Homer City residents that you would not forget them when the biggest coal plant in Pennsylvania closed down. You delivered for them yesterday. What message do you have for those residents?
Well, I'm happy. Homer City, I was there, and I said, I'm going to produce something, I don't know what, because they had shut down this massive coal plant, one of the biggest in the country. And it was just purchased by the gentleman that you met yesterday, very substantial man. I don't know if he's maybe not as substantial as you, I'm not sure. But he's pretty substantial, you know who I'm talking about. And they're going to spend billions of dollars on rebuilding it, and it's going to be the largest plant of its kind in the world, I believe, actually in the world. and it's going to be great. So we really fulfilled that promise to Homer City, but it's to Pennsylvania, basically. I won Pennsylvania, and very conclusively won Pennsylvania, so I owe them a big debt of gratitude, but thank you for bringing that up. We raised 92, it's actually going over 100, so it'll be over $100 billion to be invested in Pennsylvania. It was Pennsylvania Energy Project. So we had, everybody was there. Larry Fink was there. I mean, everybody was there and done a great job. The senator did a great job. And we were very proud. That was a great meeting yesterday. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, actually for each of you, so for the Crown Prince, are you planning on taking any of the Patriot missiles that you're going to receive from the United States and divert those to help Ukraine?
We have no current plans, as we have an operational requirement inside Bahrain to keep them there for the present time.
He's got plenty of them, too.
And Mr. President, on the fentanyl bill,
They're wonderful. They're wonderful pieces of kit.
They work very well.
American technology is the best.
Yep.
and on the fentanyl bill that you're
That's
signing.
maybe the most important part of this. He has his choice of everything, and we make the best military equipment by far.
Oh, so he did cheat the vote in Pennsylvania? I thought we already knew that.
And on the fentanyl bill that you're signing today, do you hope that that's going to restart law enforcement cooperation with China on getting the fentanyl?
Yeah, I think China's been helping out. I mean, it's been a terrible situation for many years with fentanyl, but since I came here, we're talking to them, and they're making big steps.
What's up, Nuke?
They're also, as you know, being penalized.
Oh, shit.
You know that, right? They're being penalized with tariffs because of the fentanyl, but they want to do something. We'll see what happens.
Mr. President, I know.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. An American from Tampa was beaten to death, was killed by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. His family has been calling on you to help prosecute his killers. Are you going to do that, an American from Tampa?
Yeah, your first sentence is really, go ahead.
An American citizen from
Yeah.
Tampa, Florida, has been killed in the West Bank. His family has been asking on you to prosecute him. Are you going to help finding his
Yeah,
killers?
well, so first of all, have you seen yesterday, Ambassador Huckabee has asked the Israelis to conduct an investigation. We want to get all the information about who was involved. We protect all American citizens anywhere in the world, especially if they're unjustly murdered or killed. So we're gathering more information, but I hope you saw yesterday Ambassador Huckabee in Israel asked the Israeli authorities to produce an investigation and concrete information about who was responsible for his murder.
They're reporting that tomorrow. We have a meeting on it. They're going to be reporting that to me.
And can I ask the Crown Prince a
Yeah.
question, please? Do you think that the Gulf area now is more secure, and do you believe that a negotiation with Iran is necessary at this stage?
Well, I definitely believe that the volatility of the situation has been reduced. And we didn't know where it was going to go on the Sunday. We were very glad when we found out on the Monday. Let me put it that way. And should the Iranians want to negotiate, I believe the ball's in their court. That is the true reality of where we stand today. They are the ones that stand to benefit from a negotiation.
And they do. They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate badly. We're in no rush because, we said we could have made a deal. They should have made a deal. And then we bombed the hell out of their various places. We're in no rush, but if they want to negotiate, we're here. Yeah.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney
big
General
hoax.
told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you
No,
seen
it's
of
not the
that?
Attorney General, no. I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier. It turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax.
A load of
It's all been a
horseshit.
big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. No, it's, I call it the Epstein hoax. Takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman, yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East. I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax. And the sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, Mr. President, there's lots of reports coming into this meeting that you planned on firing Fed Chair Jay Powell. Markets
Is that
reacted.
right? Those are reports, but they're not true.
So what would be useful to know, are you committed to picking someone from the outside? Are you going to interview individuals that are
So
on the
many
board
people
right
that
now?
want that job. I have people that I've known a long time, they're calling me, begging for the job. You know what you need there? A smart person with common sense, but you need a very smart person for that job. I think it's one of the easiest jobs in government. You show up once a month and you make a statement about where the economy's going, and we're going to raise or lower interest rates. It's probably the easiest job I've ever seen. That's why I'm trying to figure, why does he want to expand and add more people? He's going to add more economists to tell him what to do, but the economists, I was right, all the economists were wrong. They admitted it. They admitted it this morning. Quiet. Go ahead.
Mr. President, on Jerome Powell, you mentioned fraud in an earlier answer. Are you saying you want to investigate the Fed chair for fraud related to this renovation?
Well, I think he's already under investigation. He spent far more money than he was supposed to on rebuilding.
Shout out to all the world leaders that have to sit and listen to this shit every week.
Parks, rooftop
Yeah.
parks and everything else on top of buildings, but who wants to spend that money for the Fed? The Fed is supposed to sit there and say where interest rates are going and a couple of other very easy things to do. And he spent $2.5 billion. I think he's got some problems.
Mr. Thank you, sir. You also reported a monthly surplus in the month of June, $27 billion.
$25 billion.
A ton of money with these new tariff rates.
Reports on firing Powell are not true.
Even more tariff revenue, specifically. How much revenue do you think we can consistently bring in from these tariffs, and how big of a game changer is this?
Damn, we fucking just like
Well, we're going to be bringing in, already we've brought in over
just
100
tapped the
billion
bottom of the
dollars.
expected
We'll be
move.
bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars. And the tariffs really haven't kicked in that much other than automobiles and steel.
6201.59.
August 1st is when very substantial money
6201.
comes into our country.
Oh,
We
even.
made
Okay.
deals with a lot of great places, but we had one yesterday, that was announced. We have another one coming up, maybe with India, I don't know. We're in.
It's like the 45,
When I
35
send
calls
out a
took
letter,
profit.
that's a deal. In other words,
Some
that's a
bot
deal.
puts coming in at
Never say,
62.40.
How many deals have you made?
In the money bot calls
best
at
deal we can make is
30.25, and some out of the money
And the
bot
letter
calls
says,
at 50
you'll
still.
pay 30%, 35%, 25%, 20%.
Although
In one case,
the 45
50%
strike is
Brazil.
still net sold calls,
What
so
they're
it's
doing to
50.
Their former president is disgraceful. I know the former president. He fought like hell for the people of Brazil, that I can tell you. And I believe he's an honest man. I think what they're doing to him is terrible. So, we have some.
This is someone who tried to start a
deals
coup
for us.
against his own
Every time
country.
we send out a letter, that's the deal. The
Oh, wait,
big
they
one really
both are.
is gonna be on the 150 countries.
I did warn everybody about the inverse head and shoulders repeatedly.
Because you have a lot of countries, you have over 200 countries, and a lot of people don't know this, but we'll have well over 150 countries.
Holy shit, it's
that we
secure?
Send a notice of payment out.
Fuck
and
is
the
going
notice of
on?
Payment's gonna say what the tariff, and it's all gonna be the same. for
That's why they
everybody.
like each other so much.
They
Yeah.
don't, they're not big countries, and they don't do that much business. It's not like the ones that we've agreed with, like China, like.
You sure did. For once I listened and got out 10% up.
I think probably we'll live by the letter with Japan. We're very close to a deal with India where they open it up. Indonesia yesterday was.
Thanks for the IHS warning. Thanks,
wasn't an
Stops.
open
Thanks,
country
Gamma
nowadays,
Strike.
and they
Nice,
have
me too.
tremendous copper.
To be fair, the
Quality
news is
copper
more
and
important than
probably
the
the most
TA.
copper.
Yeah,
And we made a deal
but
with Indonesia. We
they
paid no
probably
tariff,
both mattered.
0, and we have total access to trade. That's a phenomenal deal for our companies. And we've agreed with them, as you know, on 19%. They pay 19%. And it's a good deal for them, it's a good deal for us, so in that case.
I mean, the only reason the bounce probably stalled out was because Trump was starting a speech, right? And so that's likely why we consolidated. And then the news drove the breakout. Got news, baby number 5 due in October. Just saying. Congratulations, Akira. That's awesome, man.
Drilling, and today it hit $64 a barrel, which is great. And that'll.
Jesus, he's a baby factory. Always has been.
And we hope to get it down a little bit more. But we have oil down to $2, $2.25, $2.50 in numerous states. We hit one at $1.98 a gallon. And that's a great thing. That's one of the reasons that inflation's in check. When you can do that, you stop the inflation. What Biden did is he ended.
What's with baby
policies,
factories in this
his
community?
policies.
People
He didn't
desperate
have
to make
policies.
money
Some
because they have a lot of
lunatics
children to feed.
Whoever operated the auto pen.
You know, yeah, Dave,
By the way, I think the biggest scandal.
Dave might hook you
That's
up with a
the
free
scandal we should be
vasectomy.
Jeffrey Epstein. The scandal you should be talking about is the auto pen, because I think it's the biggest scandal, one of them in American history. So the economy is doing really well, and people are seeing it. Yeah.
Will you ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed?
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that.
If a document doesn't have my name on it, she can release
I
it.
think it's good, but it's just really, it's just a subject. He's dead, he's gone, and all it is the.
You want to talk about how you guys were best friends for like 10 years?
Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook, and no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans.
It's so fucking transparent.
They got duped.
Nice rocket dodger. Well done, man.
Have you talked about it with her the last witness?
I think that's a bust of FDR, but I'm not sure.
Officials, whether it's been your FBI director or Pam Bondi, they have made some inconsistent statements in the past. You've had.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak about him, but I can say that Pam Bondi, I really think that she's done very good. She says, I gave you all the credible information. And if she finds any more credible information, she'll give that too. What more can she do than that? I mean, honestly, what more can she do?
Credible information being information without his name on it. Has that guy ever heard about the Streisand effect? Clearly not.
We have 11,888 murderers that were allowed into our country by Biden, sleepy Joe Biden, stupid Joe Biden. He allowed them into our country. And you know what? We got to do something about it. She's got a lot of things she's working on. And, you know, it's very sad that somebody can be waylaid, that just get waylaid, but I think she's doing a great job, personally.
In your Truth Social this morning, you mentioned past supporters when you were talking about the Epstein issue. Does that mean that you're effectively disowning any supporters who are now
I
calling?
lost a lot of faith in certain people, yeah, I lost, because they got duped by the Democrats. The Democrats are good for nothing. They've done a terrible job. They almost destroyed our country. If I didn't get elected, all these numbers you're hearing about, they found $25 billion and another 25 is coming in and hundreds of billions of dollars is pouring into our country. And we just got the biggest tax cut in history. We just got the biggest regulation cuts in history. There'll be no tax on tips. There'll be no tax on Social Security. There'll be no tax on overtime. There'll be no tax on so many other things. You're allowed to deduct your interest from a car payment. That's never happened before. You borrow interest. You borrow money to buy a car if the car is made in America. And by the way, factories are being built all over America. Car factories, AI factories. but you get a deduction on your interest. Nobody ever thought of that before. It never happened before. And, you know, these are the things that they should be talking about. The big, beautiful bill is one of the greatest pieces of legislation ever in this country. And the Democrats have nothing to combat it. So they say, oh, it's death. Death. Oh, that's good.
No, it's a hoax, guys. Please stop asking, please.
And the fake news
Yeah.
talks about the
It's
bill
the
is
fake
death.
news, you
The bill
know?
is actually life. The bill is life, and it saves our country.
No, he has no
The bill
idea
is
where money comes from.
incredible. Look at the results already. So we have $16 trillion being invested in our country. And this great gentleman and his family just came in with another billions of dollars. And if he didn't like the country, if he didn't like where we were going, he's very smart. He'd come, maybe he wouldn't even come. I think maybe he wouldn't even come, you'd save your time. But, because, you know, it's one of those things. But if he didn't like where this country was, he wouldn't be investing billions of dollars in this country. But think of it, $16 trillion, more than has ever been even contemplated before. And we haven't even started yet. So that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the success. And the Democrats have nothing to show for what they do. They almost destroyed. They allowed 25 million people to come into our country, gang members, jailbirds, from all over the world, not South America, from all over the world. They allowed them to come into our country from mental institutions, insane asylums, just walk right through. They couldn't come into your country. They couldn't come into any country in the world except our country. And they came in from the worst places, gang members, drug dealers. They all came in. Turn it off, please. They all came in, and I'm doing something about it. We have it under check right now. We got rid of a lot of the murderers already. Some of them we put in our prisons because they're so bad we don't want to take a chance in putting them in a foreign prison, have them come back. But we've done a great job. Our country's in great shape. We literally have the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it's true what the king said, what a lot of people said. We were a dead country. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. We were laughed at all over the world. We had Afghanistan with that horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Look what happened with Russia and Ukraine. That should have never happened. Look what happened with Israel. That would have never happened. Hamas had no money. Iran had no money. There was no money to do an attack like that. All these things that happened that wouldn't have happened if you had good leadership. And that's what you should be talking about. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Stop asking about Epstein. Get out. Everybody out. Quick.
It's another day in paradise.
Hmm. How do analysts claim this is less uncertainty? Well, because he said he's not going to fire Powell. But I mean, the reality is he's just going to make a bunch more threats towards Powell in the coming days. Like that's what's going to happen here. Because Trump is so crass that he is being ignored. They're trying to oust him for overspending on his renovation budget. No, I mean they're trying to find a cause because that's the only way they can technically fire him. I don't think Powell gives a shit. He's made it very clear that he doesn't fucking care what Trump says. Mm. He's been phoning it in since the hawkish pause. Yeah, I doubt he cares very much at this point. I mean, it's a bullying tactic to see what he does. Mm. It's a bullying tactic to see what he does at the Fed meeting, I think, and then if Powell doesn't cut at the Fed meeting, they're gonna double down on it. Why is the 30-year still climbing? Because the bond market doesn't believe Trump. still a lot of puts being bought out of the money. 61.90, 80, 75. Mhm. Mhm. Do you think Trump will have his goons deport Powell after he retires? I doubt it. I don't think Trump cares about Powell as long as Powell doesn't have more power than him. There was a significant portion of my soul that believed Trump's dementia would win out and he'd be goaded into firing him during a presser. I'm sure Basant was on the phone with him immediately after he officially announced that he was writing a letter to fire Powell, and then pulled it back 5 minutes later. Basant's got a lot of debt to issue. Some capitulation on the 35 calls. Man, there's still not a lot of bulls.
Welcome everyone.
The fuck was that? Oh. That was as loud as I could. Are you muted or just letting the chips? I have a new audio thing, so I can't get the crunch effect anymore. It's probably stronger on Discord. Why is Discord sending me fucking ads? I have evidence he didn't write the draft with his own pen. Scandal? Are you saying the JPOW firing letter was written with AutoPen? I don't think Trump would ever miss an opportunity to get his hands around that thick black Sharpie he likes to sign things with. Time to go long Discord the enshittification phase. I don't think they're traded. He thinks it makes it look like it was signed with really big hands. The Alcatraz alligators are forging his signature by tracing their little feet like a hand turkey. Yeah, the IV on GME has been rough the last couple of months. I don't know. I mean, if you want exposure to whatever Bitcoin they're going to buy at the top, then yeah, I guess. But otherwise, like the core business isn't doing all that great. They might be able to stabilize things a little bit with the trading card stuff, but they've still got a long way to go to turn around anything relevant and generate significant profits that aren't just off held capital. But I feel like the bid into Bitcoin is just an abandonment of the core business model, right? I'm sure IV on it will stay somewhat promising. As Cohen buys more and more IV, the underlying should start to correlate more and more with Bitcoin volatility, which is very high. Leaps at low IV on GME to fund degen plays. It's always been a decent strategy. He's diluted a lot. So, every time he dilutes, that strategy becomes worse. Did you see the interview with RC? He basically said they moved their business model away from games, hardware, into collectibles and inflation hedges. Jesus. I mean, they had to get away from video games. I'm not sure collectibles was the right market to go after, but very low margins. Well, time to sell vol or too risky. There was a good opportunity to sell puts when we hit the market maker's expected move on the downside. I don't know if I would want to sell puts here. There's resistance to the upside at 50. Not that we should go up after today's news, but yeah, there's still puts being bought to the downside, but they're way out of the money. So I mean, that seems more like a risk off of like out of the money sold puts due to higher implied volatility than it does like people being super bearish. Like all the bot puts are like 6,200, 6,195, 6,180, 6,175. Trump on Powell is a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised when he was appointed. Fact check: Donald Trump nominated Powell in 2017 and appointed him in 2018. No, you don't understand. It was Obama and the Democrats. They appointed Powell to cover up the fact that they were in the middle of forging the Epstein documents. Does it mean the delta and gamma flip spread increases? Increased realized volatility. I reject your reality. Substitute my own. I don't know, the Epstein thing, like if you've looked at any of like the conservative like subreddits and stuff and forums, there's a bit of the cognitive dissonance breaking down. There's a bunch of them that made their like whole thing about really disliking pedos, and this is tough for them. Fact check: there are no Epstein documents except for the ones that have already been published, saying nothing to see here. Anyway, about that auto pen, well, it's okay. Pam Bondi's currently using a whole big bottle of whiteout to remove Trump's name from all the documents they're going to release. Well, there's not a lot of sold put support up here, so yeah, I mean, the bottom could fall out of it. There's still bot puts at 45 or 40. Bot puts at 40. There's a few bot puts still down at 30. Bot puts to the upside at 55. Gross, Bob. Pam Bondi isn't rejecting Trump's name from the Epstein documents because Trump said he's never met Epstein despite being literal neighbors with him in Palm Beach. I saw some wackadoo rationalize the cognitive dissonance by explaining that God had chosen a flawed leader to deliver the message as a test of faith. Religious people are funny, man. How was PPI today? Misweighted. Sorry, I was writing up an email. I don't know anything about them. Open Door? I mean, it's a penny stock that's up 27%. The real estate tech company? Seems that they have like a activist investor involved. Their application aims to make home assessment faster and more accurate for companies' agent partners by providing room-by-room guidance and offline capabilities. So they're trying to be like a digital home appraisal service. I don't want any part of it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks like it found some resistance at the prior gap. If that fills, it could push out to like $1.50. Carvana? Not yet. Carvana earnings are coming up really soon. Unless you want to pay a put price before earnings. It's gonna be fucking expensive. But rates haven't come down. So. Hello? It was. I'm not. I'm not. Nice try, trash. Huh. Is SLD dead? SLD starts today. Hmm. It's updating, but not on load. Gamma is just above positive. Yeah, Delta's pretty low here too. Probably resistance at 50. Let me see what positioning looks like. There's some bot calls at 50. Still bot puts at 40 and 20. These don't seem to have gone anywhere. Some bot puts at 55. I've been selling some puts at 45 here. Nothing crazy. It's more of an index thing. Rocket Lab? Yeah, okay. Let's open another. Hold on. It's at 47 right now. I don't know. It's got room. Maybe out to like 48. 49 would be pretty hard. IV's quite high. At least on the 30-day. Might be like an opportunity for selling longer dated calls somewhere out here. Maybe like out above 50. It's a little overextended. I mean, if you expect retail sales to fall, then yeah. Costco puts could be good. What's up, Pivot? Did we already discuss our new credit rating if Powell gets canned? Are we going to B++? Considering the news, I'm thinking at best bulls get it up to VN at 60. We topped there before coming back down. Thoughts? I mean, 50 is decent resistance right now. I'm not really worried about a 60 test yet. There's a lot of sold calls at 55, 60 right now. And if any of the 50 calls start to capitulate, we could slide back down again. There's not a lot of good reason for the index to be up today. I mean, inflation's still slightly higher. Yields on the 20 and 30 moved up. The dollar fell. So that might help things a little bit, but so say the index has been going up above GN into SLD, and another index exposed stock was going down. The effects of the index going down would instead exasperate the downside on the stock. Wait, what? So the index has been going up above GN into SLD. Okay. And another index exposed stock, so something with like high correlation, was going down. Okay. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm not. Maybe you could reword the whole last half of that. Selling the 60C is a little dangerous. If we actually tested 60, selling the 60C would be dangerous. I don't know if Riley's squeezing, but I mean, it kind of already did the squeeze thing. It's just like slightly improving. I said there was like a long-term play there. It's just super risky. Like you have to bet on their actual recovery. I think he's asking if you have an S&P 500 stock selling off into the uptrend. If the SPX turns back down, will it accelerate the downside on said stock? It depends on the weighting of that stock in the index. I think you would generally, I mean, you would generally expect both to fall, but it depends on the weighting, and also it can depend on sector rotation. So sometimes during SLD, it's not just straight selling of equities, you get rotation into defensives. So if you get rotation into defensives, then a stock that's trending down under GN, which, I mean, the DN part of this is not really very relevant, but if you have a stock that's trading under GN and S&P is trading above, I mean, all this means is that the downside of S&P, like the downside move on S&P, is supported, and continued downside on this stock would not be. So, generally speaking, if all other conditions are removed, this stock should just sell off harder. But usually, stocks that are not performing with the broader market it's usually due to, like, you know, being part of a sector that is not well supported. So, you know, something like this might be like medical services or like consumer discretionary, like one of the baskets that's just not really performing with the broader market. Breadth is really narrow right now, so you have very few stocks leading the upside move compared to the entirety of the index. And so, you know, there is a possibility that a stock that is not performing with the market will overperform when the market falls because people are rotating, you know, out of tech, out of services. Um, Out of semis and into more defensive sectors. So, I mean, the first thing I would try to assess is how is this stock's sector performing? Sector performance, right? Like, something we've had over the last couple of days is like a big pullback in KRE because financials massively overperformed on the April upside move. Especially fintech and regionals. But demand is down, so regional banks aren't, you know, making the capital that they normally would off of funding, right? Because all the capex spend was back out in April. And so, you know, this sector had a very good chance of pulling back or correcting alongside any weakness in the market because it was simply overbought. But something that's underperforming, you know, at the top of the market, that very well could see like positive flows due to rotation. So I think it's a lot more nuanced than just GNDN and stuff like that. Not necessarily on the index side, and barring all other conditions, that is how things should work. But that kind of deviation in performance probably presents a little bit more risk. See how regionals do with having to buy the long end at 10%. I think that would hurt that would be a prime broker problem. Have you seen SAX Delta for tomorrow and Friday on the chain? Does it seem way too negative to you? No. Pushing up into sold calls here. I don't see any call buying specifically. Some of the short calls buying back a little bit. Mostly a lot of sold puts at 50. Bot puts coming in 55. $62.01. Just a little higher than the prior low. Left gaps back at 45 and 39 to the downside. Ooh, quite a lot of bot puts coming in at 55, 45 now. Sold puts at 60, 60 calls taking profit, 55 calls taking profit, 50 calls taking profit. So we might get a little bit of profit taking here. Maybe a pullback to like DF or GF. U.S. Senate Republican Banking Committee member Tillis firing a Fed chair over an economic decision would undermine the U.S.'s credibility. Lawmakers' dinner with Powell is canceled. Semaphore. Group of Republican makers, so the Republican lawmakers that were going to meet with Powell tonight canceled. Trump said it will probably live by a trade letter with Japan. There's over 150 countries to get notice of payment. Big trade deal will be a letter to 150 nations. We have pretty good deals to announce. Best trade deal we can make is sending a letter. Powell spent more money than expected. I think he's got some problems. I think Powell's already under investigation. Why would there be a Fed meeting today? Could you add Cenex to GS? I can put it in the ticker list. Grind to all-time highs. Well, we got some profit taking. We'll see if it continues. I don't see any call buying here right now. Hmm. Germany's Chancellor Merz was the first to inform Trump that the U.S. Department of Defense had halted weapons to Ukraine, according to Wall Street Journal. Hmm. We're gonna give them Baranian Patriot missiles from the 70s, right? Too early to guess the closing price. I would say somewhere between 240 and 255 probably right now, but that can narrow. Quite a lot of sold puts at 40. 45, not so much. YouTube should incorporate closing price guesses into their point system. Like if you guess the closing price right, you get more points. I wonder if Fed chairs trash talk about Trump openly during meetings. I don't know. I mean, some of them obviously want J Pow's job, so I think anybody who like flipped dovish since the minutes probably just wants J Pow's job. It seems pretty obvious. I took profit on the bounce way too early and missed out on 2K. I'm sorry. Did you? But you took profit, right? So there's always another play. I didn't even play the bounce. I closed some puts and some straddle puts at the bottom. Well, close to the bottom, like right around VN. Is YouTube an RPG now? Yes. If I my guess is 6245. I think you would be pretty good at JPA's job. I would get fired much faster. I bet you I could get fired faster than you could. 6 to 7%, Cobra. Isn't JPEG's job simply doing nothing? No, his job is reading a bunch of data and then doing nothing. Not permissible under law. That is correct. It's going to be interesting to watch Powell stand up to Trump if he does. I mean, the fraud shit's obviously bullshit, right? So, they could try to spin that however they want, but they'd have to, like, manufacture some kind of evidence to prove any of it. As we've seen with their current use of AI and Adobe, JPEG's probably fine. Yeah, I would say so. I can't wait for them to release the Epstein files, but forget to redact Trump's name somewhere. Hold on one sec, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick. All right. Wait, where's Nitu? Yeah, interestingly, 50 is not even the big support here. 40 is. They have sold so many fucking puts at 40, though. Nitu's gonna miss out on this pizza. Too bad. Oh, I'm gonna have to turn off my green screen to show you guys. Pizza isn't good for otters. That's true. Uh, no. Alright. Listen to the crust. Can you guys hear that? Ah, I was probably not gonna pick it up. Perfect. No, it looks weird with the green screen on, because it's got green shit. Oh, actually, you know what? It kind of holds up. Yeah, never mind. Huh? Why did a baby take a dump on my pizza? I also have this weird-ass knife for cutting it. Mezzaluna? Yeah. 1 second. I need to grab a drink, I think. Yeah. There's no fresh basil on a DiGiorno. What random stuff do I have? It's got pesto on it. It's like pesto, mozzarella, tomato, basil. Your dog's name is Pesto? Why'd you name your dog after the greatest Italian condiment? It's not a weird knife, it's just semicircular. That's the thing about New York. You're back with some fire pizza after a few minutes. It's pretty awesome. And I wore my Gamma Strike hat in public because I forgot to take it off. The illusion's been broken for me. Now I know you're not actually a ghost in this Gamma Strike screen. I think you'll get over it. I had a quote Italian dude tell me one time, pesto didn't require nuts. I nearly flipped out. Very passionate. Not only does it require nuts, it very specifically requires pine nuts. Well, we haven't gotten a lot more regional bank reporting yet. But KRE did get like a nice test of like 60 earlier. KRE would be obviously impacted from any threats against the Fed's independence. Your thought on a QS short, maybe for November. QuantumScape? It seems like that's been a very profitable trade, literally anytime the price of it went up. What the fuck happens with that company in July? It's run every July for like 3 years now. I know I got olive oil on my shirt. Ugh. Now I feel like a fat fuck. We've made a bit less pesto at the restaurant I work at. It's not bad. What the hell does that mean? Yes, toasted pine nuts. What the fuck is bit less pesto? Nutless? Mmm. I would assume it's for people with nut allergies. What do they put in instead? Does it have a problem emulsifying? I guess it's just basil and garlic and fucking cheese. I've never understood, like, the idea behind making a food for people who can't eat the food. Like, making hamburgers for vegans. Why? Why the fuck would a vegan want a hamburger? I don't know why I'm orange. Okay. Have you guys ever had a Zug? I don't think it's Israeli. I mean, they definitely eat it in Israel. But I think it's Yemenis or Iranian. Yeah, sure. Eastern Mediterranean. That shit's delicious. Spicy cheeseless pesto. Yeah. I don't like harissa. The hot pepper, like, caraway combo kind of grosses me out. I like gochujang. And do ya? I don't like it. Fucking weird pork paste. Ugh. I also don't like Calabria and chili very much. It's fine dried, but which brief is on? Oh, this nobody listens to her. The Financial Services Committee is meeting about a bill called Home 2.0, Modern Solutions to the Housing Shortage, which doesn't exist. Israeli food is not in my top 5 of favorite Mediterranean foods. They do make falafel and hummus really well. Beige Book, only 2 districts expected activity to increase. The others all saw flat or weakening. Prices increased across, I think, all districts. Crap. I did not shit my pants. If I had, I would tell you. It would be like an event, right? There's no solution to the housing shortage. I mean, there isn't a housing shortage. That's not a real thing. We have way too many fucking houses. But the reason prices are through the roof is because people are greedy. Isn't it a where people actually want to live housing shortage? I don't think so. There's like a fuck ton of vacancies in New York. When I bought my house, I was making half the amount of money I am now. If I was to try and buy my house today, I couldn't afford it. Yep, that sounds about right. The situation's kind of fucked. Oh, there we go. Back under 50. Sold put support's still at 45 though. So mm. The Bulls managed to unwind their position from the bounce. Which yesterday? You mean like the bot calls to the upside? Yeah, I mean, they closed out most of that. They might still try to pressure like 55. 60 would be a lot harder. Hmm. Carry bounced most of my gains away. There's still more bank reporting this week. Just FYI. Mm. Yeah, kava's pretty tasty. Not bad. Mm. Stock calls still top out around 50. A lot of 50 sold puts. 45. Still selling puts at 45. 40. I'm back from you missed my pizza. I had a lovely Neapolitan pizza. We're just stuck here. Huge sold puts at 40, huge sold calls at 60. Chop. Retail sales in the morning, but otherwise chop. Did you make it? No, I bought it. Yeah, the data on the screen is 0 DTE. I'm not a big fan of seafood on pizza. I've had like some shrimp stuff that was like okay. Mm, Is Meta going under 700? It seems to have quite a lot of support there. I wouldn't be surprised if it got like a small bounce from this level. It's squeezing season. God, this is fucking dull. Gax is still kind of rocketing out. Still 55 bot calls. I don't see a lot of 60 bot calls coming in. God, I kind of want to sell the 70-75 here. Is it worth it? Really? Jesus. Fucking not worth anything. Hmm. Roblox is up like another 6% today. I don't know if I want to short that yet. They have earnings coming up too. It's expensive. Why are the 70 calls free? I'm gonna go with there's too many of them sold. But yeah, it's a bit shitty. I feel like maybe they could squeeze them off for like a second. And then they might be worth selling, but otherwise, yeah, it's not a lot of opportunity here. There's no meat on the bone. So we ain't going there. If there's one thing I've learned over the years about massively underpriced options, they're either going to be worth a lot or nothing. It's almost always nothing. I don't know. Bulls have gotten, or bears have gotten squeezed out of short calls plenty of times. Actually, the delta on that call would imply a 13% chance. GME's acting weird. Is it? Vol's picking up a little bit on it. Loading up on Nove at 1274. I added a bit. I already bought it like 13 and 1250. Even more shit than average. No, it looks like a little bit okay. Like liquidity's tightening. Foreign exchange arb is picking up a tiny bit. There's a tiny bump in vol, like realized vol. XRT correlation's really, really high. BTC correlation is super negative. So I would say that it's looking like it might get a little push up. I don't know what the options chain on it looks like. It doesn't fucking look like that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, maybe like a push back up to like 25 or something. What's Delta or Gamma Max? Oh, that's not fucking GMA. Gamma Max is at like 24.93. So the upside like potential is like 26-ish. 27. Maybe I could fill the gap. I don't see like Delta or Gamma picking up on it much though. So if it's gonna run, nobody fucking expects it to. Are we getting? Yeah, we're not even like at the ETF FTD period yet. Thanks, Mike. GME NFT changed its name on Twitter, so people think something's happening. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's the confirm on cooler? I'm driving, I can't read it. I think it's like, what was it? $7 on the upside move. Support and risk are both at 586. Thanks, dude. You didn't have to do that, man. Not this week though, right? Because covered calls and all. What? GME? I don't know. We're getting close to OPEX, but it hasn't had like an OPEX run in forever. Can we add NOV to GS? Oh man, come on, the options chain is dog shit. Any bull profit taking? A little bit here at the tested 60. The only thing holding us up is 55 calls. Bought, and there's not a ton of them. There's some sold puts back at 50, 45, 40. Those look like they should be sufficiently supportive for the rest of the day. But not a lot of upside interest. Listen, man, let me sell some covered calls. Fucking for what? Like 0.02% yield? It has a dividend. Yeah, ASTS is above 50. This is I mean, if there wasn't news coming up on it, I might consider like selling calls, like call spreads here. Like maybe like the 50 52 or something like that, or 50 51 with like a couple weeks. But I'd have to look. Huh. It's not bad. It's like 50% on risk. I have to go look at the chain now. back above GM. So 52.50. Yeah, so maybe I do like that. 51.52 for the 25th. Seems to be pretty liquid. Moderately, at least. July 25, 60C, 43 cents. Am I cooked? Probably not. It looks like it's topping out between like 50 and 52 right now. How strong is the VN as resistance? It's strong here because the calls sold above it. There are a lot of calls sold at and above it. But I mean, generally speaking, it's not really like a resistance level. It just represents a change in the hedge. Can you explain what short-term market extract means? To regard. Mm. Generally speaking, like short-term market extrapolation is the idea that like the market is going to keep doing what it's been doing because it's been doing that. Is the easiest way to explain it. Like, if the market's dropping really hard, people are going to be like, ah, it's going to keep dropping. If it's going up multiple days in a row, people are going to be like, ah, it's going to keep going up. You know, that general sentiment. Ooh, this is my chance to sell my fucking spreads. There you go. That's the good stuff. Oh, actually, they kind of still suck. Hmm. Hmm. Squeezed up a little, but it didn't really lead to anything. Jump live in a few. Bill signing. Oh, okay. 1 second. Oh shit, I have a... Give me a second, this might take a minute. Sorry, I had to do a pharmaceutical consultation. So we failed the breakout. I guess that should be expected to some degree. Although the 55 calls kind of didn't pull back very much. Pharmaceuticals are what this bill signing's about?
Borders to the most evil and vicious traffickers.
Sorry, here, I'll pull it.
networks,
Has he just been
everything
fucking
else
rambling
on
for
the
30
planet
minutes?
Earth, allowing foreign drug cartels to carve out a massive footprint on American soil. We were doing nothing.
Who the fuck are these pictures
This open
of?
borders nightmare flooded our country with fentanyl and with people that shouldn't be here, some of the worst people on earth. And illicit drugs decimated American communities and left us with the largest law enforcement challenge in our country's history.
What is it with
Hopefully we'll
Trump's
end the
administration and
losses. I can't imagine
holding up
anything
pictures of
being
dead
worse.
children?
We allowed millions and millions of criminals into our country, 11,888 murders, 50% of whom murdered more than one person. On day one of the Trump administration, we declared an all-out war on the dealers, smugglers, traffickers, and cartels.
I hope all the
Within
Republicans are
moments of
sending their
taking
thoughts
office,
and
I
prayers
deployed
just
the US
super
military
hard.
to our border and unleashed the patriots of ICE and Border Patrol to defend our country from an invasion. This was an invasion. This wasn't people coming in. This was an invasion of our country, allowed to happen by people either that didn't care or were just stupid people. Stupid people. I also designated the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And within a few short weeks, believe it or not, if you remember, now we've even surpassed that, but we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. And last month, we had the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. We had in June, the number was actually 0. Now, even I don't believe that, but we're going to take it. How can you go from hundreds of thousands to 0? But that's what they say. And these are very liberal people that do the recording, so I think we're going to have to take it. But the number was 0 in June. Can't get much better than that, right? On day one, I signed executive orders to create new Homeland Security task forces, marshaling the full power of federal law enforcement to eradicate transnational criminal networks and traffickers from our soil. We wanted them out. 2 weeks ago, we secured the resources necessary to achieve that mission when I signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank you. I want to thank you all. You did a great job. And you could go point after point how good it is. You know, they have just a hit against that. It's one of the biggest tax cuts in history, really the biggest everything in history. We have things in terms of security, in terms of securing our country, taking care of our police officers, law enforcement, our ICE and Border Patrol patriots. I call them patriots because that's what they are. These are strong people, tough people that love our country. If they weren't tough, they wouldn't survive. But we do more for the country in that bill, I think, than just about any bill that's been passed. And we're going to have to start speaking about it because the Democrats use it. They say it represents death. How effective is that, right? That's pretty good. It represents that. That's all they have. They only have lies. It's the only thing they have. They don't have policy. They can't get people elected. They don't have good candidates. They don't have anything, but they do have two things. They stick together. They stick together like glue, and they always come up with a good little tagline. This tagline is death. And the death is them. We're the ones that are giving life. We're giving life with that bill, and there's so many good things, whether it's no tax on tips. Think of that. No tax on Social Security. No tax on overtime. If you buy a car. You want to buy a car, you get a deduction of interest on your mortgage. So think of that. Things that were never even a possibility. And then so much else in terms of health, in terms of providing care. It's really just a fantastic bill, and it's about time that we're going to start, and we'll start talking about it. But once we do, I think we're going to have the greatest midterm that you've ever seen, because this thing really is amazing. And I want to thank all of the senators in particular for getting it done, It also makes the largest investment in the U.S. Coast Guard since World War II, ensuring that we have assets and all of the assets needed to vanquish the cartels from the waterways of North America. We're building a lot of Coast Guard ships that go very speedily along the water, and they're very lethal. They're very powerful, and that's what we need, because a lot of it comes in as we block up the border. They start using the water. That's a good run. I could use that. They block up the border. We start using the water. And that's what happens. They start using the water. Who would think? They even actually developed small submarines. You saw that, right? Small submarines to get the drugs in. And it's incredible. But we've stopped them. I've also directed the Department of Justice to seek maximum sentences for fentanyl traffickers. We're going to absolutely do the maximum. Since my inauguration, the DOJ has seized over 4,500 pounds of fentanyl, which is a record, including with the enormous Sinaloa cartel bust in May, one of the toughest cartels out there, the largest fentanyl bust ever in United States history. And now with the signing of the HALT Fentanyl Act, in just a few moments, we are delivering another defeat for the savage drug smugglers and criminals and the cartels who have a tremendous amount to say about Mexico. If you want to be nice about it, I'm trying to be nice about it. They have very strong controls over Mexico, and we have to do something about that. Can't let that happen. The Mexican authorities are petrified. They're petrified to show up at their office. They're petrified to go to work because the cartels have a tremendous grip on Mexico and the politicians and the people that get elected. For years, the monsters who manufacture illicit fentanyl have sought to skirt legal restrictions by making minor variations of the chemical compound, and in the process, they've developed even more toxic versions of the drug. One common variant, known as carfentanil, it's becoming more and more common. It's 100 times more potent than the original version of fentanyl. Can you imagine? Look at what you have to suffer with the original. I mean, this is 100 times more potent, and it's happening stronger, more and more dangerous. And as you know, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi of China, but I imposed a 20% tariff on China because of the fentanyl, and I call it a penalty. It's a penalty because China delivers much of the fentanyl. Some people would say all of it. They deliver it into Mexico and even into our own country. We have a 20%, so they pay billions of dollars in damages for what they've done. And I think we're going to work it out so that China is going to end up going from that to giving the death penalty to the people that create this fentanyl and send it into our country, whether it's through other countries or directly. I believe that we would have had that deal a long time ago. I shook hands with them, and then we had a rigged election, and we had somebody else come in, and they didn't know anything about a deal for the death penalty. The death penalty is going to be imposed on people from China that make fentanyl and send it into our country. I believe that's going to happen soon. But as of today, all fentanyl-related substances will be banned forever, and those who traffic in these deadly poisons will be put behind bars for a very long period of time. We're joined today by just a few of the millions of families ravaged by this scourge, including Greg Swan from Michigan, who carries with him the heartbreaking loss of his beautiful son, Drew. Drew became addicted to opioids after being prescribed painkillers following a sports injury, got injured, and this is happening so much, got injured in sports and ends up, you leave the hospital a week later and you're addicted. but he fought through it and got himself clean. Then one day, Drew took a pill laced with fentanyl. He took it just casually, thought it would be okay. Took a chance and he thought it'd be okay, and it didn't work out. And he tragically lost his life. And Greg, I'd like you to come forward, and if you could just say a few words about your wonderful, wonderful son, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honor of my life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I will be brief. It's the honor of my life to be here, and Drew was the happiest day of my life was when he was born, and he always called me his hero to the day he died. And his passing ruined, I thought, my life, and every parent back here that I meet and in the audience, some of my friends, their life is gutted when they lose a kid. There's despair and there's hopelessness. But we've been able to find some repose in going out and advocating, and we want to hit every school in America. There's 26,727 of them. We want to go into every one. The kids are silent when they hear we lost somebody to this, and we tell our story, and they leave unequivocally ready to run away from fentanyl. I would just like to say thank you, Mr. President, for stopping the border crossings. Full stop, mic drop. I'll step back but it was amazing what you did. We were being gaslit, and you came and lit a fire to that story, and we're a lot safer for it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
That's tough stuff. We're also grateful to be joined by California native Ann Fundner.
I'd fucking do
who
fentanyl if
lost
that
her
guy was my dad, too.
beautiful eldest son, Weston, to fentanyl when he was just 15 years old, exactly 1 year ago today. Ann delivered a moving tribute to Weston at the Republican National Convention. People that saw it have not forgotten it. And Ann, I'd like you to please come up and say a few words about your wonderful boy. Thank you. Please. Thank you, darling.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished guests. My name is Ann Fundner.
Oh, like that. Come here. I'm going to hold that.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm an angel parent. 1 year ago today, on July 16th, I stood in front of America and told the story of my son, Weston, at the RNC. And about how he was a beautiful, loving, had a wonderful life. We did everything right. But one pill, one mistake, given by a friend under peer pressure, took his life. In the last 4 years, fentanyl became the #1 killer of Americans, ages 15 to 48. And children under 14 are the fastest growing demographic. President Trump, for 4 years, we felt ignored. But you've changed that, and we appreciate that so much.
Are they politicizing all
You've closed the
tragedy?
borders,
Yes.
sanctioned cartels, imposed tariffs, closed shipping loopholes. Most people don't know about that. That was a big one. Dealt with countries where it's coming from. You mobilized Treasury, Justice Department, Homeland Security, lawmakers, legislators, and today the signing of the Halt Fentanyl Act, bipartisan and overwhelmingly supported by everybody, making fentanyl a Schedule I drug to strengthen the criminalization and prosecution of people who peddle this. It is a lifeline for families across America and keeping our families safe. And that's all you always want, to keep America safe. And thank you so much. Thank you for keeping America safe and for our children. And this is what we voted for, Mr. President. God bless you. God bless our angel families who are all
Is she
here
on
with
the
us today,
fentanyl right now?
and all of you sitting up here
Oh,
with us.
Jesus
and God bless
Christ.
America. Thank you so much. You can have that.
The cartels always pay their tariffs on time.
Thank you very much. Just
How do you sanction a
crazy
cartel
the way
that's
I do
illegal to
what we're
begin
doing
with?
this.
It's just stupid.
So sad. Should be so unnecessary that we stand here for
Talking
years
slower
and
doesn't
years
make
doing
it
the
sound
same
like you
thing
care, numbnuts.
over and over. It's terrible. A friend of mine, longtime friend of mine, is Jackie Siegel, and her beautiful children, her husband David just passed away. David Siegel was a great developer, great developer, great guy, a friend of mine. But her children, Jordan, Jacqueline, and Drew, come from Florida. Jackie lost her beautiful daughter, Victoria, to drugs when Victoria was just 18 years old, a beautiful person. And this April, Jackie lost her sister, Jessica, to fentanyl. In her daughter's honor, Jackie founded Victoria's Voice. And I'd like to ask Jackie to come up and say a few words about her daughter, her husband, her family. She's comes from a great family, and they've been fighting this scourge for a long time. Thank you very much, Jackie.
Mr. President, it's an honor to be here today on behalf of our family, my late husband, and all of the other affected families for this important signing on this bipartisan issue. 10 years ago, when our daughter, 18 years old, passed, Victoria, she was 18, she passed away of a drug overdose. We formed the Victoria's Voice Foundation, and the Trump administration was very helpful in passing the CARA Act, which saved many lives back then, bringing out the Narcan. And we're so honored. Well, actually, when my husband passed away, thank you for the phone call and your love and support. Our family loves you, Mr. President. That day, when my sister found out of my husband's passing, she did a line of cocaine that she thought was cocaine, and it was fentanyl. So I lost both of them in the same day. And it's been a very rough time. But it's turned me into more of a fighter to carry on my husband's legacy and the other families' legacies of saving lives. And so I'm turning my pain into passion. And also, on top of this, with the signing of this important the act that you're doing, we are joining with Victoria's Voice is joining with founding fathers, and we're going to.
Nothing says Dad's dead. Rails of sleeve.
More under this Trump administration. We're going to spend the rest of our lives doing this. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
GF diverging. Are we gonna fall into close?
Very effective. Knowing Jackie. So thank you very much, Jackie.
I don't know. There's a few
Everyone
bond
knows
calls at
someone
60,
touched
not
by
many.
the
65 still heavily sold.
incredible crisis that we've all been watching all over the world. They're watching it. Other countries have the problem. But I don't think there are too many that have it more seriously than us. They come here, they rip us. They rip us so badly, the cartels and all of the others, because we're sort of a rich country, and that's where the money is. So it happens. People say, why is it so much? Because we have money. We're richer than other countries, so they come here more. They take the money like taking candy from a baby. So today, on behalf of all Americans who have lost a loved one to opioids, we renew our vow to liberate America from this horrible plague, and I hope you're going to do a fantastic job. You have no idea how important you are. You have like maybe the most important job just about in government. There's nothing more important than what you're doing, so I wish you a lot of luck, and we'll be there to help you all the way along, okay? Once again, I want to thank Congress for passing this important bill and for all the work you've done over the last 2 weeks, all of you. What a job you've all done. It was the congressmen and women and the Senate has been unbelievable. And I'd like to ask if you
Kept getting
stand right up
pushed.
here while
Yeah.
I sign the bill, and then we're going to get you right back so you can keep passing other bills and make America great again, right? Okay, thank you very much. It's great to have you.
What does this bill do? that we have to have a press event for it.
Okay, we all set?
Piece of shit. That makes drugs illegal. Is Fent not Schedule 1 already? Yeah. Sounds like they're just interfering with, like, the actual uses for fentanyl. Big issue for hospitals? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know, like oxycodone and shit. Party of small government. Yeah, of course. It's the Socialist Party of small government. So they're used in almost every surgical procedure and every ER many times a day. Won't there be analogs that aren't scheduled? That feels like the easiest solution. Maybe the hospitals can just get their fentanyl from drug dealers. What about people who take it for like chronic pain and shit? It's like a fucking massive list of acetylfentanyl, butyrylfentanyl, acrylfentanyl, phenylephenol, hydroxythiofentanyl. Uh. Did you first see this wild bounce coming at the bottom, this AM? I called out like the inverse head and shoulders, but I mean the bounce was on the back of like news. And the news was that after announcing that he was writing a letter to fire Powell, he decided not to fire Powell. Give me 1 second. I gotta answer. Ugh. Alright, never mind. That was bullshit. Um. Can't they just move the Fenty production stateside? US made, no tariffs. Yeah, they could. It's, I mean, probably not cheap to get the infrastructure set up, but no, there's thousands of uneducated Americans dying of fentanyl overdoses every year, and those people could be working in mines or factories. How do I find out if my insurance covers a drug? On their website? Just buy the shit. Fuck this. Get the pharmacy to try running it and say it's not covered. Have your doc scream at the insurers. Hmm. Too late for the straddle? Why? feel like they're intentionally obfuscating this information. Where do we close? We could close 60 or 65, I guess. I mean, the 65 calls closed out pretty hard. So there's supportive calls at 55 right now. I would say like 60, maybe like 50, between like 58 and 63 seems most likely. What the fuck? Oh, that's just useless. You high off the bounce today is wild. What do you mean? Oh, like an intraday high? Hmm. It's not that crazy. We've had like well over an hour of pressuring the upside resistance. Starting a fresh one port tomorrow. Any advice? Don't blow up. Keep your risk tight until you get some padding. Thoughts on tomorrow? Retail sales will have some impact, but As long as there's a remote chance that Powell cuts rates, Trump doesn't try to fire him at the end of the month, we could probably just float around here. I don't know if we've gotten enough of a sell-off for SLD, but like 150 bips is kind of covers the range that we usually see. When above gamma neutral, at least. Post OPEX could be interesting, though. I don't know how much Delta's falling off this Friday, but it's probably not zero. Go banana. Thanks, man. Can you explain MES to me? What do you want to know? You have a minimum margin requirement to hold one contract. Every move in that contract is one tenth of a step of an ES contract. It's like $1.25. Your losses aren't capped like they are in an option, though. So you can lose more money than you have theoretically. You usually won't. Usually you'll get margin called by your brokerage if you don't have enough intraday margin, or you exceed your margin ratio. But basically every tick, which is 25 cents to the upside or downside, is worth $1.25. If you have multiple contracts, you can multiply. You can add leverage. Weird. What the fuck is that? What is that? It's like fading ink? Fucking update or something? Ding ding, by the way. So we pushed up by the end of the day after dropping on news of potential firing of the Fed chair. We did, however, get a test both at gamma neutral and a test at vega neutral to the downside, and ended up closing probably just below wherever vega neutral moved up to today. I'm sure that we got a metric fuck ton of put selling down here. On the longer time frames, this does represent like a slightly higher low. Not much. We'll obviously have to see how this bounce continues to play out. We do have more days of SLD this week, with SLD just starting today. I do expect it will continue into next Monday, into pre-market of Monday, and so we might see more selling as we approach the OPEX expiry. Obviously, retail sales tomorrow is going to be somewhat important for determining the the demand effect on forward inflation expectations, and then Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday. Not only the inflation expectations there, but also overall sentiment are going to be somewhat important, especially with recent developments in increased tariffs. We may see the consumer once again retreating a little bit more. Over here on ES, we managed to climb up back just above the prior week's close, and then looks like we failed back into that after close. So a tiny upside test here. This still looks pretty distributive. Obviously a failure of the 6,300 level and back down again. It would be important. There's additional support at 62.8950, which we got like in the last 30 minutes of the day there, or hour of the day. So a retest at this level, lack of support could lead to more downside, or if support is found, that might be the level that we push back to the upside off of. The only upside resistance of any significance is 63.43 at the all-time high. There is a minor resistance right around 63.15. I should probably just put that on the chart for now. Yeah, 63.15 and a quarter. Dollar moved back down today after actually climbing a bit this morning. Yields at the top end of the curve fell back a little bit as well after pumping on news of Powell getting fired. Yields at the top end of the curve do remain fairly high, although with the 0% PPI print today, inflation expectations have not moved up much since yesterday. So yesterday, seemingly is priced in the upside in inflation expectations that we're going to see for now. Obviously, retail sales and Michigan consumer will have some effect on that, but not nearly as much as the CPI and PPI reports. The reason PPI was 0 today, though, is probably something that should be noted. And the 0% print was largely because of a negative 4.1% decline in I think it was travel services or accommodation services. And what's weird about that is that specific accommodation services should not be weighted heavily in producer pricing. Obviously business travel has an effect on corporate spending. However, it should not be weighted heavily, and seasonally the majority of corporate travel occurs at the beginning and ends of the year, pre-holiday and spring. So early to late fall and spring. And we're in the summer months now where personal travel should be very high, individual families traveling, but corporate travel should be very low. So it's a bit strange that it had such an impact on the weighting in PPI. And I would say that that's probably an administrative move to make PPI producer inflation seem lower than it actually is. But if you look at the sum of the other components, there's 0.2%. And I think a lot of the market looked at the sum of components, and our reaction to flat inflation print was not very bullish, and that was even prior to Powell's announcement. So I think really what we got out of it was we had a kind of a bearish open, and then Trump kicked up volatility, which opened an opportunity for bulls to lever up. And that pushed us back up to a level that we probably would not have closed at otherwise. I would have said that we probably would have drifted around like 62.30 for the day had he not done that. So we ended up getting like a little bit of a higher high due to the spike in volatility in the midday. But going into the back half of the week, you know, we may just see a continuation of the not so fucking great sentiment that we started the day with. And you know, I think we see a little bit of that in correlation continuing to, you know, turn around into the back of the day, right? We got a big spike of it in this morning. It flattened out, but then correlation moved higher into close. And correlation still, you know, much higher on the 1 month and 3 month levels than it has been in the prior month. So I think we're gonna still see, you know, that dispersion trade trim back. And then, you know, as especially as we approach earnings and after earnings, right? So if the dispersion trade is extremely levered up going into earnings, and then earnings are lackluster or worse than expected broadly, then, you know, MMs are long a whole bunch of delta that they don't want to be long, right? We went through this last earnings season. I explained this. Basically, you know, the volatility on all those underlyings is increasing. You know, the MM is picking up delta in order to, looks more like an A, but, delta. They're picking up delta in order to cover that dispersion, right? But then when earnings prints, IV crushes, IV goes down, and then the amount of delta that the MM needs to hold also drops, which can lead to like a sell-off in the underlying. Oh, is it just not working at all? Fantastic. Oh, it's got like a whole new suite of displays that I don't even have. Cool. That's awesome. Yeah, so the MM picks up delta. Oh, no, that doesn't work either. Epic Pen has just always sucked. There it is. So the MM picks up delta as dispersion increases. So, you know, long underlying IV, short index IV. And basically, when you hit earnings, especially if they're highly anticipated, volatility is going to go down, as will the amount of delta that the MM has to carry. I will say, correlation is not as levered up now as it was for quarter two, but it's still kind of elevated. Commodities moved up today, almost across the board. Pretty much everything, with the exception of copper, slid higher. Bond volatility kind of retreating yesterday, probably retreating a little bit more today after spiking up on the CPI print, and leverage in the carry trade falling back about 10x or 0.10x, back to 8.9x. Leverage in the short end also falling, maybe even a little bit more steeply. Forward yield on volatility fell, but you know, we have the bond curve picking back up again. So things shifting back a little bit more bullish on that front into the end of the day. Skew fell off yesterday, which we kind of expected with the sell-off. Probably flattened out or stabilized today. Breadth widening pretty significantly. Yesterday we got, you know, stocks above their 20-day moving average pulling back to about 53% of the total index. Stocks above their 50-day moving average pulling back to 62, and stocks above 200 days moving average pulling back to 49%, which is, you know, the slight majority of stocks back under their 200-day moving average yesterday. Today we didn't close substantially higher than we did yesterday, so I would say that this is probably flattened out a little bit. The narrowness and breadth that drove the upside may continue to break down as we see these underlying components start to fail. Dispersion between VIX, cash VIX, or a correlation between VIX, cash VIX, still falling, but VX actually slightly up on the day. VIX 3-month also slightly up on the day. So really the only downside in volatility was on VIX itself. So I think throughout the rest of this week and into like next Wednesday when we have the VIXpiration for the OPEX, I think we can continue to see volatility, like demand for long volatility push higher. Fed fund futures shifted up a little bit on the Jan 26 and June 26 mark. Still pricing in around 3 rate cuts though, so not too much of a change there with PPI today. Huge move up in the bear steepener, 4%, up at 0.559. And this might be an indication that the market is seeing a little bit more chance of a recession with the drop in demand on the producer side. As far as breadth, this seems to be like today's move up seems to be largely supported by financials. Huge moves in health tech. J&J, Lilly, AbbVie, Amgen, making very, very large moves. And this is still indicative of kind of a rotation into defense. Mag 7 pretty flat on the day. Not too impressive there. Tesla bouncing back, Amazon losing. It looks like energy not doing very well. And then maybe some like consumer non-durables also looks like a move to defensives. Commercial services, distribution services, all kind of process industries, all performing a little bit better. Also producer manufacturing. This is the sector that I expect over earnings season could get hit the hardest. Besides financials, this was one of the hardest movers. Like in this rally, a lot of money went into betting on manufacturing. And if manufacturing earnings miss because of the decline in the demand and the massive capex spend to front load the tariffs, this whole sector could see pretty big hits. But yeah, I mean, I would say things still look fairly neutral, maybe a little tiny bit skewed bearish going into tomorrow. Obviously, when I get options data tonight, I'll write up more. But something to look at. What happened to NOV? Oh, that's Nova Nordisk. Hold on, that's the wrong one. Oh, nice. Aftermarket bounce 3%. Cool. Yeah, they have earnings coming up too, which should be pretty cool. It's aftermarket though. Like those gains could just disappear in the morning. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow morning for retail sales. Hope everybody has a good night. Hope you made some money today. It wasn't too hard to trade. Later, guys. Have a good one.